Orfi is world ranked 13 in the set. She's only 60 years. She's only 60 years of age. She played last year the final against Tinne Gilis. She's a player. This is her first year on the tour, professional tour, and she's the number 3 seed of this tournament. She beat Amina in the second round, and yesterday in the quarterfinals she beat Rachel.
Well, welcome back for semifinals day at Squash on Fire in Washington, D.C. Very exciting day ahead of us, but kicking things off with a very, what I anticipate to be a good matchup between Amina Orfi and Sabrina Sobhy. These two have played a few times, each of those matches being very long, 5 games. Sabrina Sobhy taking the first win, 11-6 in the 5th, 62 minutes of play. And then last year in the semifinals here at Squash on Fire, Amina Orfi took down Sobhy, 73 minutes, 11-6 in the 5th. So pretty much a rematch from last season. But very exciting squash, both of them very attacking, very steady. I'll start with the youngster, Amina Orfi, only 16 years of age, only played 15 tournaments so far in her career, and she's already ranked 13 in the world at her highest world ranking. She's been in incredible form, making it to the quarterfinals of the Tournament of Champions, and now again in the semifinals here in DC. Very impressive style, great maturity in her playing. And then Sabrina Sobhy, very exciting player. She has a lot of dynamic movement, very athletic, but the way she hits and attacks the ball, very impressive. Like, at times just a matter of consistency. Just far off her highest world ranking by 2 spots, currently sitting at 15 in the world, 5 PSA titles to her name, and she is a 3-time semifinalist at Squash on Fire, looking to make it to the semifinals, to the finals for the first time. Joining me for today and the rest of the matches this afternoon is fellow Canadian Nicole Bunyan.
Hello, Danielle. Good to be back.
Good to be back. Bit of an earlier start today.
Yep. Actually, no, the matches started at noon yesterday. So it was an early start yesterday. It was a long day yesterday. I wonder how the crowd is feeling today after a really long quarterfinals day. Hopefully they've still got some energy left. Certainly some good interest for Sabrina Sobhy. Heard a lot of cheers in the crowd when her name was announced.
Yeah, she's definitely someone who inspires the home crowd. Very fair on court, very interesting to watch play. And a lot of people do enjoy coming out to watch Amina Orfi, obviously climbing up the rankings so quickly and in such an impressive fashion. Everyone wants to see her compete, and it's definitely another thing when you're in person watching her and seeing the focus that she has on court. It's very impressive.
Yeah, it's astonishing. I remember I watched her play earlier this year in Florida at the Kinetic Open, and watched her play against Hania El-Hamami, and that was really something else, a true feat of athleticism and discipline. Both players are, really very intense, we'll put it that way, and you could really sense that when you're there in person. Some of those things don't quite come across when you're watching it on the stream, but you really pick up on all the details when you're there in person. You can see their eyes and how much they're focusing and all the little bits of body language. So Yeah, I have to say I'm really liking this new hairstyle though that Amina Orfi is sporting. The low bun. I wonder who put her onto that.
Well, I'm sure, as most teenage girls, probably found a new style on her own. I thought she might switch it after having a bit of a slow start yesterday against Rachel Arnold, dropping that first game, but she stuck with it. Managed to come out in 4 games, definitely tested. So the hairstyle's working. If you're superstitious about it, seems to be working. Already, Orfi finding the back of the court. Always very impressive length hitting.
Yeah, someone we saw, Rachel Arnold, do really well yesterday against Orfi was mix the pace, use her holds just to disrupt the movement and the rhythmical hitting of the Egyptian. And it worked really well. She wasn't able to keep it up for long enough, but you see it really disrupting Amina Orfi. And so you wonder if we can see Sabrina Sobhy do that. It's not really her natural style of game, but as you said before, Danielle, she's a very, very skillful player. She really is the full package. And she really could take that game to Orfi. So it's a matter of whether she's thinking about it and whether she executes on it.
Yeah, the thing with Sobhy is you're never quite sure what you're going to get because there's days when we see her play against Tinne Al-Hamami and she has these massive wins and just plays so perfectly. And then you can see her have other days where she mentally just seems a little disinterested, turned off, but she should be feeling confident despite her close match in the quarterfinal against Ara Azman, who took her all the way to the 5th game, but it was very stop-start. There was a long injury break in the middle of the match, so it was less of a physical battle, but probably more of a mental one, and just trying to find some sharpness today and not get too rattled by the close score yesterday, I think will be important for Sobhy.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be a massive relief for her to come through that. Like I said, mostly a mental battle more so than a physical one. But that mental stress really can take its toll, though, when it gets to these latter stages of the tournament. So hopefully for her campaign, she's not feeling too flat. She's going to need to really be on her mettle here against Orfi.
Not able to get a point on the board yet. Orfi just staying very steady, looking in pretty good control. One thing, they've had really close matches the last 2 times they've played. And while Sobhy is still also making improvements, when you're playing someone who's young and upcoming, I mean, the progress that we keep seeing with Orfi's game is just going up each and every time we see her play.
Yeah, it's really unique to see someone this talented and driven and disciplined at such a young age. And like you said, she's probably been playing squash for about 10 years, but playing at a world-class level for a couple. And you just think, I mean, that's such a mature way to win a point. Look at that. Clinical straight line down the backhand side, massive strength area. But it'll be interesting to see just how quickly she continues to improve.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll continue to see great things from her. Just missing that drop there. It's probably one of the weaker points of her game are just the attacks. And just making those quick adjustments. She's definitely more comfortable at the back of the court. I think Sabrina Sobhy, if she's able to push it up and counter-attack, be really effective and take her game to Amina Orfi. Well, very avid junior fan in the crowd. Complete disbelief at Orfi's performance so far. I'd like to see a bit more variation in the length hitting of Sobhy. Now it's a bit too on pace and letting Orfi play in a rhythm that she's comfortable with.
Yeah, at the moment, it's just Sobhy who's responding to Orfi. It's better right, staying in front of the Egyptian. Good length sweeping there. It hasn't been allowed to do that too much in this game so far. It's really been Orfi that's been dictating the play, and Sabrina that's been forced to respond.
Well, and a perfect post, just sneaking above the tin. Definitely a strength area from Sabrina Sobhy's that forehand.
Something that Arnold did really well yesterday, Danielle, against Orfi was mixing the height. We saw a lot of cross courts, particularly to the forehand side, where she was looking to get it past the volley of Orfi. I'm looking from Sobhy trying to do that just there, sailing out of court. But there's a few times where we think Sobhy could actually, she's applying pressure, she's hitting the ball hard or mid-pace, but it's not really unsettling Orfi, is it? She could probably do it, hitting a few more lobs just to kind of take Orfi out of this consistent rhythm that she's in right now.
Yeah, I'd say lobs, or even what Rachel Arnold was doing that 70-80% pace length, so it would stay a bit lower at the back of the court instead of coming up. It's one of those things that Arnold does well, so does Nurul Tayeb. It almost looks like it's not going all the way through, but because it's cut, it stays so much lower, not letting your opponent really have that same time that they think they do. This is better from Sobhy, really attacking that forehand side, finishing off nicely with that half kill.
Yeah, and then following up nicely, opting not for the hard cross, but more for the fade. I'd like to see that a little bit more from her.
No, it's a heavy drop. Fortunate for Sobhy. Well, another heavy drop. Might have been the right idea to try and counter attack Orfi, but giving up the stroke and giving her 5 game balls to take a lead in this semifinal. Yeah, just missing that one. It was a slow start from Sobhy, not quite finding her range, but credit to Orfi, just been flawless so far. Very steady in her hitting. She'll be happy with a very dominant first game. 10 minutes of play, 11-6. Young Egyptian Orfi leads 1-0. Here we go. We'll see if Sabrina Sobhy has a response to the non-stop pressure that Orfi's been applying. Oh, and what a finish. Absolutely perfect.
Fantastic get from Sobhy, but well put away by Orfi. I just feel that sometimes when Sabrina Sobhy's getting a half chance, her ball's not really traveling through all the way to the back. It's not putting as much pressure on Orfi as it could be. Whereas when Orfi gets a bit of a chance, just like there, you can see that it's traveling all the way to the back. It's making Sobhy hit up on the ball.
I mean, her line hitting is just so impressive. Compare it to the top 3 girls in the world, and it's definitely up at that standard. A nice finish. Anything coming loose, Sobhy's cleaning up. It's a matter of waiting for those opportunities, which aren't coming as frequently as they would against other players.
It's funny. I think this was last year with the Squash on Fire Open. I played this event, and my practice squad was assigned with Orfi. And obviously, this was the time when she'd won. She'd just come out of the wild card challenger, and she won that, and had earned her place in this event in the bronze. and we were scheduled to practice together. And I remember I asked her if she wanted to, do some rotating jabs, and she said no, she wanted to solo hit. And I said, okay, fine. And then, I think we played for 10 minutes together at the end, but her discipline and, the consistency, I could hear her on the other side of the court solo hitting. And I mean, I don't think the ball popped over to my side once. I don't think she put the sidewall at one time during that solo practice. It was astonishing. And you can see that with her consistency here. I mean, I wonder how many hours per week Amina Orfi spends solo hitting and practicing her straight lines.
Well, I believe quite a bit. Even just the other day at the club, saw her soloing with her dad watching. So it's not like she's even just soloing without that same intensity. There's focus in every shot that she's hitting, and there's that reinforcement from outside the court, making sure that she's doing it right. Because sometimes you can be soloing and thinking you're doing the right things, but having that outside eye really does help you make those improvements quickly. And I mentioned this yesterday, the way that she approaches matches, you always see her around the courts watching other people playing. Her dad as well, always there taking notes. And so she's not just improving in her solo and the things she's focusing on, but she's coming in with very specific plans against her opponents and looking at what does she need to be doing better, what changes should be made. And I think that's why we're seeing such an amazing rise from her in the rankings.
Yeah, the attention to details, second to none. Just, really, really well tidied. You can hear her dad barking outside the court.
Yeah, always pretty vocal. She's just missing those targets today on her counters. She's trying to move it, but not squaring off enough, and Orfi's just running straight onto it. That's where that hold that Arnold was using was so effective. So Orfi almost over-anticipates at times.
Yeah, and quick to look for her opponent as well. Which, unfortunately for Sobhy, that was a stroke. But it's difficult when you're a player like Sobhy, who really does like to play every ball possible. When you find that someone's not doing that and then stitching you up, where you feel like you're making the extra effort to go around and play, it's even more irritating.
Yeah, though to be fair, I don't feel that Orfi's been too bad today in her movements. This one was probably the first ask where I was a little bit more unsure about it, but the other ones have been pretty clear cut.
Now Sobhy just opting to take a towel break. Probably a good time for her to regroup. Needs a good push now in this mid stage. Try and break away from Orfi, or at least not let Orfi run away with this quickly.
Yeah, ball's coming so fast, even now on that forehand volley of Sobhy's. She was trying to put in, realizing it was coming a bit too fast, and just keeping it in play. She's not getting those chances that she really wants.
Well, again, Sobhy did well to produce that forehand volley opportunity, but she's just not making the most of those, of those slight advantages. The ball came through the middle of the court and is well tidied by Orfi. She needs to find a way to either be more discerning with her attacks or just make sure that the ball's really going through and putting pressure on Orfi.
Yeah, agreed.
better for Sobhy.
Oh, it was the right idea. Just going a bit too low.
Yeah, big opportunity missed.
So much pressure. Definitely very focused today.
Well, since that last towel break, Orfi's managed to pull away 4 points in a row.
Something Rach Weinel did. She was really pushed up her tee and almost, you might have thought, overcommitted to the volley, but even just there, taking that time away from Orfi. He's so good at the back of the court that if you can just kind of keep your position high, what we did there, starts extending that court for Orfi, making him have to do more work.
Much needed pointed for the American.
Oh, there, error, Orfi.
It's true, we really haven't seen many unforced errors from Orfi, which we haven't really given her much credit for that so far, but it's one of the things that's been putting pressure on Sobhy. Is not just her relentless attacking, but the fact that she has really not made any unforced errors so far.
I think only one forehand drop, and that's about it. But Sobhy's just been giving them away as if it's Christmas. Another error straight into the tin, giving Orfi 3 game balls.
Yeah, that pickup looked potentially a little dodgy from Orfi. Certainly got into Sobhy's head.
Oh wow, just so much pressure. Probably frustrated with the movement, but she left it kind of in the middle of the court. Orfi to be up on. Very commanding lead from the young Egyptian. Really not letting Sobhy settle into this match at all. 13 minutes, longer duration than the first game, 11-7. feel like we haven't seen a huge change from Sobhy, the way that she's playing from the first to the second game. Would like to see if she comes out with maybe a different strategy. The first one, she hasn't really had much fortune. Ball's just coming back so quickly. Almost like the length that lands slightly shorter, or the kills, is almost tougher for Orfi because the movement's going back, but she doesn't have that same strength to transfer the weight forward, whereas when it goes all the way through the court, she has that extra bit of time to tee up on the ball and get comfortable. And you don't want to recommend hitting short length. I think just having it land a little bit lower in the court.
I don't think we're going to see much of a drop-off or a change in tactics from Amina Orfi. She's really got her game plan set, and it's taking a few special instances like that from Sobhy to find some points. But you feel that, similar to the first game, it's Orfi that's dictating the play. She's finding those opportunities around the middle, and she's capitalizing much better than Sobhy is at the moment.
Yeah, agreed. And Sobhy's points are kind of coming off of one-off errors. I mean, winners. Sorry, Orfi hasn't been hitting any errors. But it's not a way to get through a whole match. It works for 2 points. But we've seen Sobhy make more mistakes than winners so far in this match. One of the better counters we've seen from Sobhy. It nice and tight, a little bit lower, putting that pressure on Orfi. We're having one of her first real leads of the match. I understand Sobhy's frustration, but the ball was right in the middle of the court, right by the tee. Orfi really just had the opportunity to take her space. tough. Going for a drop. Weight going backwards on the left leg. Just need to reset that one.
Oh, it's just immaculate line hitting from Orfi. Sobhy looking to take the ball early and apply pressure, but Orfi's quality is so good, it just forces loose opportunity and then deals with it like a true professional.
Yeah, Orfi's really just been too good today. Very impressive performance, really not missing any of her lines. Not doing anything fancy, but she's just executing everything so spectacularly.
Oh, and it's just relentless, isn't it? Every ball goes really exactly where it needs to. It's straight like an arrow. Just as I say that, she hits a forehand drop into the side wall.
Bit surprised by that call.
Yeah, it looked a little heavy.
Again, nice post. The crowd really trying to encourage and cheer on the American, get her into this match. It's been a shot that's definitely gotten her a few points on the board. It's just falling apart though, really missing today. We don't see this too often from Sobhy, but again, it comes down to that consistency. And because we know physically she's able to handle this pressure. She's dealt with it before, but just not quite sharp enough today.
Well, I think it's tough when, in that particular instance, you know, the straight ball was probably the better option. She overcomplicated it, went for the cross court. But when someone is beating you with the straight attacks and the straight line hitting, I guess sometimes you feel you need to do something different. And that's what Orfi's doing. Look at that. I mean, it's just so consistent, isn't it? Look at the side wall. Ball's always running away from you.
Very fast pace. Oh, beautiful finish from Sobhy. It's not going away. Put it to the American. Beautiful finish. Well, just when we thought Sobhy might even it out. Orfi gained herself 2 match balls for a place in the finals. I think everyone was holding their breath on that one.
Let's go, Sabrina!
Well, just stitching herself, I think the ask and the way that she did it, tight shot, didn't look like she was going necessarily to the ball. So it'll be 1 more point. Stay in this match.
Wow, this is ferocious stuff.
Oh, wow.
Wow. What a gutsy rally.
One of the best ones of the match.
Yeah, I was a bit worried that Sobhy was going to look to do something a little too special in that rally as the pressure was mounting, but came off beautifully. Forced a tie break here now.
A test for Orfi mentally. So he's just not going away. Very clean execution on that volley, giving her another match ball.
Tight work.
Oh, this
Go
game. It's very intense. Back end.
Thought that cross court from Orfi was going to nick. Been really disheartening for Sobhy. Doing
I've seen a
everything right.
couple
And then
odd bounces in these last few rallies, and Sobhy just managing to keep him going. Oh, and she got that one.
well, Orfi were rewarded for pinpoint accuracy, obviously paying off really well on this court. Loads of bounces around the back, left-hand side.
Well, her fourth match ball. Will she do it? Got
Sobhy under loads of pressure, somehow getting her racket on the end of these. Using all of her movement capabilities. Stay in this match now. Couple. Dive goes
dive.
in. Oh my God. Oh, this is outrageous. This is a brutal rally. Oh, what a finish, Orfi. That's outstanding. What a rally to finish the match. The dive from Sobhy. Quick reactions.
Oh, what a match.
Great game.
Incredible ending. 20 minutes that third game. Orfi coming out. Pretty love, 11-6, 11-7, and despite Sobhy's best efforts, wasn't able to come back, and Orfi taking that third, 13-11. She's very excited to be in yet another final here in DC. Well, shortly after this interview, we'll have the next men's match on.
I have. It seemed that you were like really chasing the ball today to put the pace.
I'll be between the two Youssefs, Youssef Ibrahim and Youssef Soliman.
So tomorrow, who will be your favorite to play against?
They're both seeded players and didn't lose earlier. There wasn't any upsets. Obviously, they're both good making it to the semifinals. I'll be watching, and whoever wins, I'm going to prepare their rest of the tour.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, next match will be a men's semi-final. But before that, we're going to clean up the court a little bit and give the players some time to come down and get ready.
Yes, how are you?
please take your seats. We're going to announce the next players for the next match. Okay, let's get started. The first player I want to introduce you from Egypt, Youssef Soliman. And his opponent today from Egypt as well, Youssef Ibrahim. Youssef Soliman is the number 2 seed of this tournament. He is world ranking number 12 at the moment, 27 years of age, from Cairo. He beat in the first round, actually second round, Gilis sent him from India.
Well, welcome back for our first men's semifinal of the day between Youssef Ibrahim, currently warming up on the right side, against Youssef Soliman in the blue on the left.
He beat in the second round.
Very exciting players, very different styles. Youssef Ibrahim, very attacking, really makes good use of the front of the court. Left-hander, very deceptive. And then on the other side we have Youssef Soliman, who's very consistent and steady in his hitting, a bit more traditional in the way that he plays. The players have had a very similar route to the semifinals, with Youssef Soliman taking down Todd Harity in 4 in the quarterfinals, and Greg Lobban also coming back from being down 1 game to love against Greg Lobban to winning in 4 games. These two have played twice before, with Youssef Soliman taking both wins. But their last matchup was just over a year ago, January 2023, 90-minute match. So really went the distance. Youssef Ibrahim, 24 years of age, Princeton graduate, 9 PSA titles to his name. Not quite at his highest world ranking of 11, sitting at 18. Our 4th seed in this tournament. Struggled with injuries fairly frequently, but we have seen him have some incredible wins throughout his career. Seems to be playing well. Recently losing on the semifinals in 5 to Karim Abdel-Gawad. But Youssef Soliman just 1 spot off his highest world ranking of 11, sitting at 12, 9 PSA titles, 27 years of age, with a pretty good win statistic. As well, made it to the semifinals in Pittsburgh last week, essentially losing out to Marwan El-Sabeghi, 74 minutes in 5. So they're both not too far off, both playing pretty good squash recently. Joining me for this match, fellow Canadian Nicole Bunyan. Welcome back.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Well, both you guys have the same highest world rankings of 11, both named Youssef. Can you think of a third thing they have in common?
Anything else they have in common?
Yeah, can you think of a third thing? Same
Egyptian.
highest world ranking, same name. I'll give you to the end of the warm-up to think of a third thing they have in common.
Well, I already said it. They're from the same country.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I was talking over you, I guess. Well, that seems a little bit. No, that's not a cop-out. Fair enough.
Should have asked for a tougher statistic.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how often these two have trained together. Youssef Soliman has spent a decent amount of time over in Bristol as well as in Cairo. Both have had different coaches throughout their career. Obviously with Youssef Ibrahim spending 4 years of his in the States at Princeton University. I'm sure you, being a Princeton graduate yourself, have seen him play quite a few times in both settings.
Well, we never overlapped while I was there. He's a few years younger than me, so we never actually overlapped. But I've seen some videos of him playing for Princeton, but obviously I've actually seen him more so on the PSA World Tour.
Yeah, he's a very entertaining player. A lot of variety in his game. When he's on, he can be completely unstoppable, slotting in nicks from everywhere. Especially that forehand cross-court drop or cross-court nick. Very effective at it, and it catches players off guard coming from that side.
Yeah, he had a bit of a tussle yesterday. It's down to his error count, I feel. Some choices that weren't quite on. Decision making. Perhaps not quite as sharp as it needed to be, but it's going to have to be today against Soliman. Going to have to keep that error count down.
Soliman was definitely tested in his quarterfinal match. Todd Hardy was playing some of the best squash I feel like I've seen him play. He's really hunting down that volley, trying to attack Soliman in short, and wasn't missing. Just lost some of that physicality at the end of the match. Youssef Soliman's very impressive physically, very smooth in his movement. He's testing that movement out to the front of the court. Just missing, though. Well, lots of pressure being applied from Ibrahim. I feel that Soliman's just consistently trying to reset the rally, just weather the storm.
I do wonder if Ibrahim playing against a more structured player like Soliman, I wonder if that's actually going to, in some ways, help him. Oh, it's got to be a stroke, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think
'Cause
so. Right in the middle of
yesterday-
the court.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Danielle, because yesterday Ibrahim played against Laban, and it was very open. Laban loves to throw in the angles, the boasts, the cross courts, and obviously so does Ibrahim. So I feel like sometimes Ibrahim just got sucked into that a little bit too much and went a little careless with his decision making, but could be interesting to see if he actually raises his level a bit against the Soliman and is more clinical with his play.
No, I'm sure he would, and it's one of those things. I was talking with Olivia Klein yesterday about this when we were watching Mena lead play, and talking about how sometimes when you're playing those players who love to open up the court and attack the ball, you almost need to step up and counterattack because they're not expecting you to do that. They're expecting you to try and contain, play straight lines, and they're used to that. They're prepared for you to almost hit it back. Whereas if you step up and try and take it to them, they don't necessarily expect it. So it'll be interesting to see. So far, Soliman, his quality of line hitting's been so good that there haven't been as many opportunities, and there's the risk of opening it up too soon. Ibrahim's just so skilled that you have to really do it with intention if you want to try and take that approach by making it uncomfortable and twisting and turning him.
Lovely angle. Very difficult shot to execute that. Cross court fade.
I'm going to put you in the hot seat. Who do you expect to win and pull ahead in this match?
Well, just looking at the head-to-heads, and Soliman leads 2-love. But I do see the potential for Ibrahim to get his first win over Soliman. Very closely matched. So for a bit of variety, I'm going to take Soliman. Why not? Or sorry, I'm going to take Ibrahim for a win, but certainly not in 3. See this going at least 4 games.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll be a pretty lengthy affair. Already is. Only at 3-all in the first game.
Good line from Ibrahim.
A lot of points for Soliman have come from the loose ball. Coming in the middle, a few strokes.
That's a lovely touch. Such a short backswing on that volley drop from Ibrahim.
Oh. Crowd loved that one. A lot of tough movements at the front of the court. For Soliman. Beautiful shots by Ibrahim.
Oh, wow.
Bit ambitious. I think Soliman had a valid point, pretty minimal difference.
Just let that one drop slightly.
What's really impressive is Soliman's movement. You see him really recover all the way back to the tee between each of those points, and he's just so explosive on his first step. You can sense he's never really rushed on that tee. He's able to really hold his position, wait for the shot to be made, and then so fast, going in all directions.
He's really efficient, isn't he? Really smooth mover.
Yeah, very.
Well, I think lead is pretty fair outcome there. Ibrahim just making the point that he'd cleared that excessively wide cross court, but I mean, where he backed up to and started arguing that from was actually in the other service box. He wasn't actually that clear.
Another error. Lives and dies by the sword. Never fearless to put it in. Beautiful rally. Again, just that build up. Ibrahim going for protection. Soliman picking up absolutely everything. Very steady.
Well, no surprise, a towel break is needed. The sweat mopping. 14 minutes of play so far. So this could well be over a 20-minute first game. Which is pretty par for the course given these guys' average match times. He first played in Houston Open 2022, and Soliman won that 3-love, but it was nearly an hour for the 3 games. And then when they played last year at the Tournament of Champions 2023, Soliman came through in 5, and that was a 90-minute affair. So I think we're certainly in for a long one here this evening, or this afternoon, rather.
Yeah, at the 15-minute mark so far, and Youssef Soliman having 5 game balls to take this first. But imagine we're in for a long match. Even though the scoreline right now, Youssef Soliman has had to work very hard for each of these points.
Yeah, didn't take the right line. Ibrahim's furious, but there was a line to the left. Soliman's straight drop stayed very straight indeed. And unfortunately for Ibrahim, he went straight into the back of his opponent. No joy for the younger Egyptian.
And with that no let, Youssef Soliman in 17 minutes taking that first game 11-5. Well, looking at the score, Ibrahim having a fairly good start to the match, just keeping it within a couple points, eventually having a 5-4 lead, but then really unable to get any momentum in the back end. Soliman just running away with that game. Nicole, do you feel that Youssef Ibrahim needs to change his tactics, or it's just a matter of cleaning up the errors and continue doing what he has been doing in this match?
Well, the error is obviously massive. I feel sometimes he's not quite using the right shot when attacking, or he's creating the space and then not hitting into it. So not a massive difference to be made, but we saw yesterday against Lobin, sometimes he just, he does it really well, but he would hit back to the same corner where Lobin already was, and I just feel like he'd probably look to extend the court a little bit more. I think I was commentating that match yesterday between Lobin and Ibrahim with Olivia Klein, and she was talking about how Ibrahim does such a good job of taking the ball in and then looking to follow up. And he's got to do that here against Soliman, but not send that next one back in short. He's got to make the court really long for his opponent.
Yeah, especially since Solomon's movement is always really strong going forward. He's able to pick up those balls. This is important for Ibrahim. Keep it there, extending the court with getting his width a bit wider, more patient. His attacks are so good, but if your opponent knows it's going forward, it takes away that same distance that he has to put the work in. Well, Soliman was controlling that entire rally, and then just at the end, missing that one counter drop, letting Ibrahim really take control.
Wow, that's a great drop from Ibrahim. It's so low in order to hit this one. A lot of attention to detail. Yeah, it's a good decision. It's been a bit of a cheap stroke. These guys are good enough to be able to hit that with accuracy. Oh, wow. That was outrageous on both counts. Oh, no.
Oh shoot, you hope it's okay. Nothing too serious. Looks like he grabbed at his knee.
Ridiculous ridiculous drop in from the back from Ibrahim, and then joke movement from Soliman to counter it. And as Ibrahim does, goes in with a massive lunge. I think he just lost his footing and binds his knee up a bit. He's also clutching his ribs.
Rib tip. We'll see if he takes a break. It looked pretty painful when he went down. Well, he's upright, which is a good sign. It's one of those things, if you struggle with injuries and you have something like that, some of it can be just a really big scare, and it takes a few seconds just to check and see if your body's still in one piece. But he did turn down the physio, so it looked like they were going to come on court, so seems okay. Soliman's been so steady. His length has definitely been better than Ibrahim's, and you get the sense Ibrahim's putting it in forward. Obviously, he's still doing it with quality, but Soliman's consistently picking it up again. And yeah, the sense that part of it's due to the fact he's not winning anything at the back.
Well, I'd love to see more rallies like that one. That was like a 2 floorboard alley game along the right wall.
Yeah, very clean.
Missing his target there. So, little Ibrahim.
And that lead just evaporating fairly quickly with those errors.
Almost like Ibrahim's attacks are better when he is rushed. Sometimes when he has time, like he did on that one, like he has too much movement in the swing. His reactions and his reflexes are so good. When he does cut the ball off quickly around the middle, it's just a short, simple swing, which is incredibly difficult to do, but he possesses that skill set.
It's a funny thing to have that happen. It's like the reaction is so natural, and then once you have time to think, a little dangerous.
Have you been known to overthink once in a while?
Yeah, definitely. More than I'd like. Yeah, the ball is pretty far back. I'd like to see it from another angle. Unfortunately, we don't have the replay working for this event. I felt that Ibrahim's movement was going forward. Good variation from Ibrahim, using the height on the front wall. Just getting caught a little flat-footed with that sneaky half boast from Soliman. It was better work from Ibrahim in setting up that opportunity.
Yeah, the errors just kryptonite, aren't they?
Well, a very important game for both players, but especially Youssef Ibrahim. 7-all. This is the point of the game in the first where we saw it really run away from him. He stuck in until it was 5-4 up and then didn't get another point, so he's going to have to keep his focus, keep it out of the tin and out of the middle of the court. This is Soliman tidying that one up very nicely. It was tight, but it was high. Going back fairly far. Giving the stroke. I feel like
It was a tough one. He couldn't really get out of the way.
Just perfect play. That composure Soliman has at the end of each of these games is very impressive. 3 game balls in these last 3 points pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's a similar pattern to the first game, isn't it? The first game, really close until about 5-all, and then Soliman pulled away, and it's been a similar story in the second. Just like you said, Danielle, he's managed the business end of these games really, really well. Excellent composure. The elder Egyptian.
Interesting, because you wouldn't attribute that to any physical issue from Ibrahim. He's very fit himself, but it's that mental focus, that drop coming out just into the middle at him. Furious. Stroke being given to Soliman. We'll see how long Ibrahim decides to stay on the court in disbelief. Storming off now.
Pretty unnatural racket prep from Soliman. I do feel that Ibrahim has a little bit of a point.
Fairly similar duration to the first game, slightly shorter. Youssef Soliman taking a 2-game lead, 11-7. almost the exact same trend as that first game. Very interesting. Ibrahim just falling apart. Not by much, but just those small details at the business end. See the body language of Soliman, very positive, stepping up, ready to pounce on the ball of Ibrahim. Very nice deception. Ibrahim completely flat-footing Soliman for the first time in the match. Yeah, right back at himself. Oh, perfect. Squeezing it into that side wall. We talked about it earlier in the week, how this one really holds the ball instead of popping off. Seen some very deadly drops.
Oof. That was very fancy from Soliman. Soliman really opening up now. He's got this 2-love lead.
Just be careful not to open it up too much. Give Ibrahim opportunities like that. Beautiful shot. Beautiful boast. That's one of those things you need to stick to what was working. And got him those first 2 games, not getting too excited.
Yeah, certainly can't be looking at the finish line just yet. Especially against the opponent that's as dangerous as Ibrahim.
He's a little less patient.
Yeah, if he takes his foot off the gas, the pressure off of his hitting, going to let Ibrahim start to feel confident, and when that happens, the errors go away and they convert into winners. And from there, the points can flow pretty quickly.
That's a bit better. He set it up with the length, whereas before he was going to short. I'm not really sure what Ibrahim's too upset about here. Soliman was fine with his movement. I was also thinking if Ibrahim does get this game, it'd be smart for Soliman to change that ball. We saw it yesterday in a couple matches where the ball really died off in the fourth and fifth games. I think a dead ball for Youssef Ibrahim is going to really benefit him more than Soliman.
Yeah, definitely a smart tactic. He won the first 2 games.
Bit of a game of roulette up in that corner. Seeing calls go either way, really based on the quality of the shot. Thought the quality was pretty high on that drop, but the referee disagreed, showing that he did not give Ibrahim access to the ball. This is important points for Ibrahim. Both games saw him really drop off. This one's been significantly shorter in duration. Well, error from Soliman. Haven't seen too many of those this match. He's starting to get a little bit nervous, a little bit more tense.
Outrageous retrievals from Soliman. Ibrahim's gone for 3-1.
Been waiting for one of those. One of his strengths. First one of the match. Perfect roller.
Well, I hope that our SquashTV content crew snagged that one. We'd like to see that again on social media. We're doing a really good job of that, I think, recently. Putting out a lot more content.
Yeah, it's been exciting to see all the coverage daily. Good way to grow the sport, especially making it into the Olympics. You want to get more people involved as we go.
Yeah, try and shift the perception of squash away from what is commonly seen on TV, which is, oh dear. Well, Ibrahim, very fair, asking just to play a let there, not taking the stroke. Which is really good sportsmanship from him. At a time like that, we're up 8-6. Be very easy for emotions to get the better of oneself. Look for that cheap point to go up 9-6, but very fair from him.
Definitely would not want to get hit by a ball from Youssef Ibrahim. Puts a lot of pace on it. more height, a bit more angles and patience from Ibrahim, but of course he can't resist. It's like a magnet drawing him to the tin. Oh my gosh, that's perfect. But apparently it wasn't as perfect as I thought. Just catching the tin. Well, I think a fairly fortunate let for Youssef Ibrahim. It's very tight ball from Soliman. Oh.
Lovely little exchange at the front left.
Just one too many for Soliman. Ibrahim standing right there. Ibrahim will be very happy to get his first game ball of the match.
Soliman looking pretty rattled.
One saved. But agreed, he doesn't look quite as calm or as confident as he was in the first two. Seeing that he'll find a bit too soon, and especially to Ibrahim, who's really stepped up his game. Reduce those errors. Oh, sneaky.
But Soliman's movement is just equal to the task, isn't it? He's going for it.
Oh my gosh. Ooh.
I can start to see a little bit of the physical. Oh, geez, that was really close to Soliman. Start to see a little bit of body movement now at the front.
Oh, he got that one. What a rally.
Just start talking to Take a quick trip to the towel box.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't see why they'd be tired from that rally.
No, it was
Not
pretty
not hard
average,
at
wasn't
all. Yeah.
it? Yeah, pretty slow and boring. We can show them how it's done.
Wow, a good rally. What a match so far.
Well, it looks fine to me, first glance. Doesn't matter. A really good fight back from Youssef Ibrahim. Managed to hold off the late surge from Soliman.
Another 15-minute game. As we predicted, it's going to be a long affair. 3 games so far, 51 minutes. Youssef Ibrahim taking that third crucial game, 11-9. Well, interesting. No ball change from Soliman. A bit of a risky move, having that ball soften up. Even though he's very quick, his movement's very impressive. Just lets Ibrahim's attack stay a little bit lower, a little bit shorter. Oh, wow. What a reaction. Starting this fourth game and the way we left the third. Ibrahim adjusting to that ball a bit better than Soliman, getting it through the court. Nicole, when you're in a match, do you feel the need to change the ball ever when you're on a glass court, or do you try to just continue with it and just make those adjustments to how it's bouncing?
I think for me personally, I would like to change it if it went past the third game. Unfortunately, I have not had many instances where that's been needed. So you need to get past the third game in order to request one. But there was an instance at US Open a couple years ago where it really made a massive difference. I should have been more aware, and I should have changed the ball, and I didn't. And completely played into my opponent's hands, and I did not adjust. It was really difficult to deal with the change of pace. I think that's something that people don't really appreciate off the court, is how much the white ball dies off compared to the black one. And particularly on a glass court, when the ball, when it goes soft and when it hits the sidewall, on a lob, it's really difficult to time it, and it's really hard to get that control. So if the pace is working for you, wow, that's outrageous. I think it certainly makes sense to change.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Was that at the new US Spectre Center?
Yeah, it was. It was actually, I think, the first time that they held US Open there. This was 2021, so it would have been brand new at that time. Still had some COVID restrictions then, actually. Well, in the first couple games, we were hearing Ibrahim a lot more. He was very vocal, getting involved with the ref, and obviously that wasn't serving him very well. But now tables have turned, and it's Soliman that's getting vocal, getting involved with the ref.
There's definitely been a lot of decisions up in those front corners. So it's good awareness, understanding that the ball's died off, and if you're going to try and hit out like Ibrahim just did there, you really have to get that quality either extra wide or high. But going straight, giving up the stroke. Not moving his feet on that one. Ibrahim really digging himself a hole in this fourth game. Oh, good idea, but just down.
No, it's tight.
Was tight. Bit of a let ball being given, a bit surprised because even though there's contact, Ibrahim did go through.
Well, he's got quite the mountain to climb, Ibrahim, but he still sounds well up for it.
Can hear his brother in the crowd. Ibrahim, who's head coach at the UF Practice Center, cheering him on. It's getting a little messy. Last couple rallies. It's one of those things we've seen before with Youssef Ibrahim is when things get a little tested or if he feels like he's been wronged, he does step up his game. The one that stands out is that match in Chicago against Marwan El-Trabagi, where Marwan might have been taking a little bit too much space for Ibrahim's liking, and then we just saw him take complete control of that fourth and fifth game. It's very tight now. Good point for Soliman. Oh, very generous let. Really felt like that ball was too good. Ibrahim played through, fully committed to playing that ball and didn't get it, but ref, I think there's enough interference. So he was able to regain focus after this pause in play.
Yeah, Ibrahim does really well when his back's against the wall, but just wonder if he's left it a little too late. Now 9-3. It's a sizable gap to recover from.
He said he's almost there. You have to sense or imagine that Soliman's feeling some pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like once you get to 7-9, that's when the momentum starts to shift. You you feel the pressure that you've just given away about 4 or 5 points in a row. Forget about all the good stuff that you've done right. You forget how well you've played up until that point. That's a really, really costly error, though, for Ibrahim.
Massive gift to Soliman. He now has 3 match balls for place in the final. One save.
Well, it's been a lovely showing of counter drops and counter drop movement. Guys are so good at the corners.
Exciting match.
Well, he went for it. Paid off. Like you said, even before the match started, Danielle, an Ibrahim match is not complete without a few sizzlers like that one.
It's just not going away. What a way to finish the match. We saw so much interference in those corners, but that was beautifully executed. Counter drop from Soliman. Had to be relieved to get off in 4. With Ibrahim really much facing him all the way until the end. With everything out there, 66 minutes of play, and we'll see Youssef Soliman in the final. 11-5, 11-7, 9-11, 11-9.
Okay, congratulations. Well done. I think from my perspective it's so hard to play against him because everything can happen. He's so unpredictable. How do you experience it?
I have no idea. Like this fourth game, it's unbelievable. You know, my nerves was somewhere else. I just tried to focus point by point whenever when he had the momentum and how he fought was incredible. Like the way you know, it's 8-10. It's serious. Like he just smacked like 100 mile an hour like Nick. So you can expect anything from him. You expect yourself your dignity to be on the side, kind of, because you will do lots of money, you have to do lots of mileage, and I felt I was very solid at this. I'm very proud to get this one.
Were you not afraid? Were you not afraid when that short game in the front, you kept playing that short game, even you knew that's going to cause problems in the sense of running into each other, but you kept doing that. Was that on purpose?
No, the counter is one of my main things, so I can't keep it aside. So it's I had to counter with that little angle as well, because I know that if it's a little bit more to the right angle, you can how fast he is in the front of the corners. I think better. So I felt I did counter well. I felt I did block well. That's what I need to do with Youssef. So I felt that I did well with my tactics.
Very good. So we wish you lots of luck for tomorrow in the final, and Tinne West, and do some stretching maybe. And how was your leg? How was your leg, by the way?
Yeah, we'll work on my quadrant.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Youssef Soliman. So we need a few minutes, and then we're gonna have the next semi-final, the last semi-final from the women's draw. We see you back in about 2-3 minutes when the call is ready. Okay, the court is nice and clean again. So it's time to start to introduce you to the players. Okay, the first player that I want to introduce you for this women's semi-final from Belgium, Tinne Gilis. And her opponent from Hong Kong, Tomato Ho. Tinne Gilis, the #1 seed of this tournament, #7 of the world. She won 6 times in her career until now, 26 years of age. She beat Hayali in the second round, and yesterday in the quarterfinals she beat Hannah Watas from Egypt. And her opponent, Tomato Ho, is #4 seed. She beat Mena Hamed in the second round, and quarterfinals she beat Mena Walid. She's 28 years of age. I wish you a good night.
It's time for our second women's semifinal now. Tinne Gilis, #1 seed, taking on Tomato Ho, #4 seed from Hong Kong. Both players have spent an hour on court so far this tournament. So pretty efficient stuff from both of them getting to the semifinal point. Should both be reasonably fresh. On the right, you see Tinne Gilis in the black. Sat at her highest world ranking of #7. Did win this event last year, taking out Amina Orfi. So good club, good tournament for her. Good memories. So she'll be looking to repeat that performance here in DC. And her opponent in the orange, Tomato Ho. Highest world ranking is just outside the top 20. She's dropped down a little bit now, though. She's had a couple of injuries so far this season. She's done really well to get herself up to this point. Funny stat about Tomato Ho, she's only 5'5" in stature, but her wingspan is actually longer than her height by, I think she's about 3 or 4 inches, which is really, really long and unusual. So when you watch her play, you'll see that she has an incredible reach on her. It's very unassuming. So, fun fact about the Hong Kong player. Oh, looks like the ball's just been lost. Hopefully it hasn't dropped into anyone's beverage. As far as just the right side of the court. And these two have not played yet on the PSA World Tour, so quite unusual. You find yourself up against someone new, but always a nice change of pace. Speaking of someone who likes to change the pace, joining me for this one, Danielle Letourneau.
Good afternoon. This will definitely be interesting. It's always a bit nerve-wracking when you are playing someone new and learning how to read each other's games, and both are pretty unique in the way that they play. Not super traditional. Tomato Ho really using a lot of lifting attacks from not the most traditional spaces. And then Tinne Gilis very attacking. Trying to have a bit more structure now that she's been working with Greg Gauthier. Both very athletic, pick up a lot of balls. It's interesting with the 5'5" stature of Ho. I always felt like she's a lot taller, having played her quite a few times, but yeah, just lanky and athletic.
Yeah, she actually told, well, obviously, I wouldn't have got that stat from anywhere else. She told me that herself. certainly explains her long reach. Maximizes it. Would you do? Not all of us tall people do that.
She makes good use of it, for sure.
I've also seen Ho do the splits before, so see if that comes out today. Always a bit of a crowd pleaser. But when I'm sat at home or in the crowd and I'm cold, I just think that looks like the worst movement on the world. Never been able to get anywhere near the splits. What about you, Danielle?
Definitely lengthways I can do it with one leg, or at least I used to before my injury. Haven't tried since. And then I think for me the most painful one would be trying to do it sideways. I have no idea how people do that. That exceptionally looks painful.
Yeah.
But she did the splits yesterday and recovered in 2 seconds, was back up off the ground so quickly. So she's unfazed, but we'll need to see her have a bit more explosive movement. Bit of a easy giveaway there. Tinne Gilis going in short. Didn't look like Ho even ran for it at all. Very impressed with Gilis yesterday. She had a testing game against Hannah Motez that ended up being 15-13 for Motez. And she was definitely challenged, probably more mentally than physically. But it was good that in the next 2 games she really stepped it up and recomposed herself, calmed down.
Yeah, it was probably good for her to have a decent run out. I think her first round was pretty comfortable. So good to be tested mentally, physically, tactically. Help you sharpen up for the later rounds.
And I'm sure she's going to this match wanting to be very clinical and get on and off as quickly as she can. I'm sure both players are, knowing that Amina Orfi is waiting in the wings. She had a very impressive semi-final performance against Sabrina Sobhy, taking her down in 3 games, making only 2 errors in the whole match.
I mean, that's an incredible statistic. Only 2 unforced errors in an entire match. That's, I mean, I don't think there are many people who have managed to do that.
No, definitely a tough feat.
Well, Danielle, you mentioned you've played against Ho a few times. What did you find worked well against her? Where did you find success?
I really felt that stepping up the tee, really looking to volley everything, even if you're just volleying to push it back, and really burying her in the corners before going short was really effective, because she does have a lot of variety. She likes the front of the court. She moves well. But I think if you can almost, like you're choking someone, taking all their opportunities away, and then just looking for the really simple option instead of overcomplicating it. Because she is tricky at the front of the court. It doesn't look like she's doing much, but we can see that so far. Gilis has really been patient in her length hitting, both having to take it behind her or forced to boast out. Struggling with the pace so far, kind of lifting up on the ball.
Well, Ho managing to, I was just going to say, managing to make all these amazing retrievals, but one too many. Physical toll really adding up throughout that rally. Didn't even move for the boast from Gilis.
seen a lot of attacking bows be really effective on this court, because if you hit it with that pace into the side wall, even though we've seen the front wall be fast, it does kind of absorb it enough. It's giving a lot of opportunities to players this week.
Now, I personally always find that with the glass side wall, it can be harder to pick it up as well. You know, you kind of lose it a little bit, especially on that right side. You can see it seems like it's a bright sunny day down in DC, judging by the amount of sunlight that's coming in. So it makes that right side wall in particular a little bit more transparent.
I can confirm it is a sunny day. Definitely a cold one though. I'm sure they have the heating turned up pretty high in the facility. Another quick error. Game's really going by quickly. I think Ko needs to try and lift the ball, get Gilis off the tee, and extend these rallies. Right now, I think just landing in the middle of the court. Not moving her feet, just really surprising, because she can get more balls back than she is so far.
Yeah, she looks a little shell-shocked. Not quite finding her spacing and her timing. I think that's one of the issues with Ko, because she has such this long reach, and she depends on it quite a bit. If the timing's off, then you're really going to mess with the accuracy. And with someone like Gilis, who's looking to pounce on every opportunity, she's looking to take the ball super early on the rise. You're just going to get under more and more pressure. And eventually, the court just becomes far too big.
Yeah, and Gilis for sure is looking to make another final here in DC. She won it last year, taking out Orfi in the final. And I think if she gets to the final, she will move up to number 6 in the world. So definitely looking to move up.
Pretty cool to have two people from Belgium, let alone two sisters, in the top 10. That's a pretty cool statistic for all the Belgian fans.
It is one of those things you wonder, since they are sisters and they've had to compete against each other throughout their career, that they both really helped each other push up the rankings. It's like that, obviously internal sisterly love, but that competition within the family just kind of pushes you to be better, see what the other person's doing. But Gilis so far looking flawless in this first game. 7 game balls, just needs one. Take the first game.
Yeah, really comfortable first game for the Belgian. Barely set a foot wrong there, as Danielle said. 8 minutes in duration. And it's Tinne Gilis. Continues her campaign towards another title here at the Squash on Fire Open. She leads 1-0. Well, Ho needs to find a way to get in front of Tinne Gilis here in the second game. He's on the back end pretty much all the rallies in the first. Unfortunately, just not enough accuracy when defending, so became pretty comfortable play for Belgium. This is better though, much better start.
You do wonder if nerves come into play. It's obviously a semifinal, it's a big occasion. But when she's free flowing, she's doing really well, stepping up the court, using that height on the front wall, keeping Gilis out of her comfort zone, getting her first lead of the match. And that's the issue when you let up your length, hit it high. She does attack from positions that you don't expect her to. And the first game we saw her miss quite a bit, but she's starting to go in. And like you mentioned in the warm-up, they haven't played each other before, so that first game, it could just be her adjusting to Gilis' style. I'm trying to figure out how to read her.
Terrific lob from Gilis. A slow start from her. Can be a bit of a shock after you've won a game so comfortably as she did in the first. When your opponent responds, kind of take for granted what you did well.
Also having that awareness to understand what you did do well and how you got to that really good start. But we did see against Hannah Motez yesterday, Gilis had a very strong start, led off the intensity just enough, giving Motez hope, but fortunately that second game was so long and physically challenging that she was able to really clean it up and take advantage of the work that she put into Motez's leg. But it's a positive sign seeing her make those adjustments a bit quicker in this game, despite being down 4-love. Coming back to 3. And that lead's completely disappeared. It's such a strong start. Gilis has obviously responded, but has gone away from using that height, overcomplicating things, going for that boast off a very tight drop from Gilis.
Really nicely screened from Ho. All set up with a nice length into the back left corner, forcing Gilis to boast. A lot better at getting those opportunities so far in the second game. Wow. Well, that's an example of how Ho can use their reach. such a delicate and difficult shot to hit. Full stretch, and I think that she volleyed that just above the ground.
Yeah, good use of her wingspan. She needed those 2 points. One 4 rallies. She's starting to target that forehand side of Gilis, rather than sticking on that backhand where Gilis is very, very dangerous. To see that frustration from the Belgian.
I think that might have just snuck in below the line. Oh, needs to be careful here. Playing around at the front with Gilis. She's too quick for this. It's tremendous work. We saw a lot of counter dropping in the match previous with Soliman and Ibrahim. Some great athleticism here from these ladies as well. Wow. Another shot to finish up Alia. Don't think anyone saw that coming. It's just some of the flair that Gilis possesses. Now, though, as you said earlier, Danielle, she tends to use that more rarely than she used to. It's much more of a variation now rather than a 50-50 opportunity.
I do find it interesting that when Ho brings him to the front of the court, it almost gets Gilis to overcomplicate her own play instead of keeping it to the basics that were working so well in that first game. Oh, there's the split.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
And that one looked like it might have actually affected her.
Oh, it was a massive
More
split.
seconds, yeah. Hopefully she's okay. Wild movement.
Oh, that was very elastic. Well, just kind of jump it off. I mean, I would be straight on the stretcher after a movement like that.
You get a little worried when a player like her who's used to doing that movement and who normally can do it no problem, and her body's able to withstand it. She's clearly struggling, so you hope she didn't pull anything, do anything to her hamstring. We saw that with a fellow Canadian player who really tore her hamstring good going into the splits and just slipping enough. So hopefully she's okay. We'll have an injury break.
Yeah, it's actually probably a wise decision. Hopefully it doesn't take too long, but she's well in this second game, Ho, so she'll want to take a bit of time to regroup, because if she's just 10% off from having taken that massive lunge into the splits, then that can really make the difference in the second game, so don't really blame her. If she was down 9-3 or something, you might think, okay, well, maybe just take the time in between the games, but it's 8-all. This is really her chance to make a stand in the match now, so hopefully she can get that sorted quickly.
Yesterday there was a lengthy injury break in Sobhy's match. And I think we saw Sobhy solo longer than the actual match length where they were playing against each other. So hopefully, this one won't be contributed, so it'll just be a couple minutes till then you can watch Tinne Gilis try and sharpen up her drops. Now here she comes back on court. See how she's able to move, has it strapped up. It's always a bit scary doing those first few movements in a rally because you're not entirely sure if your leg will hold. And then sometimes you'll be pleasantly surprised because you're still warm. That doesn't bug you until after the match.
Yeah, the adrenaline is a funny thing, isn't it? Can really hide a lot of injuries, a lot of niggles. Best painkiller there is, though.
Yeah, she's going in double-footed there in that lunge.
Well, she really doesn't want to
did so
make
much
it worse.
No, agreed. She doesn't want to make it worse. But this is where one of those things we saw with Nurse Sabini at the Tournament of Champions is finding solutions. Sometimes when you are physically impaired, you have to really focus on that quality of shot that she did there, spotting in a perfect drop. And you can almost play better than you were because you have something taken away from you. But it does require a lot of discipline to do it.
It's a really frustrating feeling, though, when you feel like you're just getting into the match, finding your way, and then you have a setback like that. But like you said, still finding a way to trouble Gilis here. Playing really smart. And picking her punch as well.
No contact there, but Gilis evening things up. It is tough when you are also playing against someone who's just had an injury break and you almost want to test the movement out by going short, but then it's not getting ahead of yourself. You still have to play kind of the same way you were until you get a sense of how they're moving.
Oh, got herself another game ball, Ho. She's managed this really well. Extra bit of attention to detail. You can see she's just trying to make sure the ball goes in nice and tight. But has to guess, though, unfortunately.
Good awareness from Gilis. Oh, and a broken string.
I remember in a couple of matches, we've had the ball break on match ball. We spent 2 minutes warming it up, and then literally like 3 shots later, the match is over. It's kind of a similar situation to this. You could come in, serve, boom, done, game over. Obviously not as long of a break, but
Well, moving her wrapping on her leg.
sometimes if it's not done right, it can actually hinder you and cut off the blood flow, especially if it's too tight, and then it becomes really painful.
Or maybe she feels it's okay enough and it's more of a distraction. But she did have a couple tough movements when she was guessing, and probably, you're right, maybe a little bit too tight.
Well, Gilis manages to hold off the comeback from Ho. Did really well to regroup after that injury break as well, which explains the lengthy duration of the second game, alongside the improved play from the Hong Kong player. But it is Tinne Gilis who has a solid 2-love lead now against the number 4 seed here in DC.
Nice great movement from Ho. Being a bit more comfortable again. She had such a nice both to set it up, and then when Gilis hit that cross, Ho did not move her feet quick enough to get behind it, really just overreaching, because she does have that wingspan. She knows she can get it, but it's more a matter of getting into the right position to do something with it and not really moving her feet quick enough. It's a bit tougher to get away with it on that backhand side than on the forehand.
Starting to unravel now for Ho. Unfortunate, she took a good stint in that second game. It is really hard to play when you are harboring a bit of a niggle. And in the back of your mind, see back there in the back right, she just can't use her right leg to get behind the ball. Pretty unconventional, unnatural movement going in with your left leg into the back right.
Yeah, especially against someone of Gilis' standard, top 10. She's not going to give you any easy points, and right now he's pretty fortunate with that one miss hit. But the consistency of her attacks and her length is just, and her movement isn't enough to combat the Belgian right now.
Very tidy work from Gilis. It's a really hard movement to make at the best of times, let alone if you do have a bit of an injury on your right leg. It's really hard to stretch out and get underneath that ball. Yeah, and Ho not moving to that one either. At this point in the match, she probably is just worried about not doing too much more damage to that leg.
And since Gilis can see the finish line, getting a bit casual, and she doesn't need to do anything fancy at this point. Keep building that pressure. Try and imagine the way she wants to be playing. Not giving away easy points. It's a bit edgy, even though she has a pretty sizable lead. Just a couple points away from the final. It doesn't seem too calm. Crossing. Little shot.
Nice touch from Ho.
Staying alive.
Not the best quality. But Gilis, again, just like you said, Danielle, she saw the finish line. Overcomplicated that, going for the cross-court flick. Ho's movement isn't so compromised that she can't cover the court. It's just in those extreme positions. And that's what Gilis is doing so well, is she was structuring the point for several shots in a row, such that it was dragging Ho deep into the corners. Oh wow, she's opted to play that. This is so casual from Ho.
I think it's one of
Oh,
those
that was
things
too
like
casual.
Gilis is fortunate with the air, but Ho can definitely lull you into a bit of casual play just with her own body language and slow hitting.
Well, 4 match balls now for Tinne Gilis. Set up a repeat final of last year's Squash on Fire Open against Amina Orfi. There it is. This one needed. Gilis dispatches Ho. 3 games to love. This game is pretty comfortable for Gilis. Second game, as you can see there, quite tight on the scoreline. And then again, pretty comfortable in the third. So Tinne Gilis safely in to her second consecutive Squash on Fire Open. We'll now hear from Ronnie and Gilis.
That was actually so tough now because more because I've never played her before. I think but she looks too casual. I don't like it. She gets balls back. I wouldn't think she would get it. And it's just like it makes me think, oh, when she gets a service on it's so hard to like, it was just a tough fight because I was going slow and slow and slow and slow. And I love low pace and it just made me like. But yeah, so I'm happy to win this one today.
So when she actually got injured, does that bring the rhythm for you, or do you don't think about it?
Usually I don't mind it, like I can sit myself as well, and especially now against her. I felt like I was losing my fight, especially when I was trying to hit it and I was really fighting like eventually. So I'm not gonna say it's a disadvantage, but on the other side, you know she's able to start in the head, so I have like a way to I need to attack her, then you're rushing it, you're making starting mistakes, and you're starting to be a bit more edgy. So that's it really was the important.
Yeah, like I said yesterday, it's better to win ugly than to lose beautiful. As the person who knows you for many, many years, yes, it wasn't your best squash perform today. Let's be honest. But it only can get better tomorrow because you're in the final. Good, so good luck tomorrow. Thank you. We're gonna clean the court a little bit, not too long, and then I will announce the next players for the last semi-final of the day. Match. We'll be back. Okay, as promised, the last semi-final. The first player that I want to introduce to you from France, Crouin. And his opponent from Spain, Iker Pajares. Victor is momentarily the number 11 of the world ranking. 23 years of age from Marseille, France. He already won 19 PSA titles in his career. He reached top 10 in 2022. To get in this semi-final, he beat Ben Smith, and then he beat South Kozal from India. His opponent, world ranked number 20 from Barcelona, 10 years playing on the tour. He beat Bernardo 3-1, and yesterday he had a fantastic battle with Nathan Lake from England. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy this beautiful match, hopefully.
Well, here we go. Final match today here in DC, the Squash on Fire Open, our last semi-final. Victor Crouin of France taking on Iker Pajares of Spain. Saw a really dominant performance from Victor Crouin yesterday as he took out Flora of Gosal. It was just more of the same that we saw from him at the Tournament of Champions last month. He's the number 1 seed at this year's event. And he's taking on Iker Pajares, who's in the white on the right-hand side of the court warming up. He's 2 places off his highest world ranking of 18. And he had a pretty testing match against Nathan Lake last night. Went up 2-love, held off the comeback, and eventually just broke the Englishman physically. So, could be feeling a little flat here today, but I think he's in good enough shape. We'll see a pretty good contest from him. Victor Crouin will be as fresh as ever. Just about 30 minutes for his match last night against Gosal, so he'll be in very, very good order. These two have played twice before on the PSA World Tour. They won it all head-to-head. And they actually played at this year's event, at the same event last year in the semifinal. So this is a repeat encounter, and Victor Crouin took that one 3-love in 45 minutes. So the test will be for Pajares to see if he can improve upon that performance. See if he can sneak a game, perhaps do even better. And joining me for this final match of the day, Danielle Today.
Searching up my last name every match, but we'll keep all the audience members on their toes. But we're seeing a lot of repeat matches at this tournament. It is interesting when you have players who have their tournament favorite venues and they continuously go back to them, especially within the States, because there are a lot of tournaments around this time of year, lots to choose from. But I do feel like they have a pretty well-organized event here in DC. Very good crowd behind the stands. But I think it's a tough order for Iker Pajares today. Victor Crouin has just been looking spectacular lately. You alluded to his performance at the Tournament of Champions, where he took down Paul Call in very impressive form. Really attacked him in, used his volley really well, and then he actually had a very good performance against Ali Farag. challenging him, not able to get over the finish line. But against someone of Farag's standard, it's obviously tough to do, but he's very thoughtful and methodical in the way that he approaches the game. On his social media, you can often see Crouin give an update on his performance or his thoughts, and he's always looking to improve, and we've really seen him do it, especially since last season. He had an incredible start to the season, had a lot to defend at the start of this year. Didn't quite get it, but we can see him starting to rise up once again. We saw yesterday, Pajares felt was playing pretty randomly, not a whole lot of structure, really just trying to use his physicality to keep the ball in play and tire out Lake, which eventually worked in the 5th game. But he can't use that same tactic against Crouin, who is equally, if not more, fit. So we'll see if he has a bit more of a plan.
Yeah, one of the things that Olivia and I were commenting on yesterday when Victor was playing Gosal was how efficient his movement is, and especially how good it looked compared to Gosal, who's a very quick and agile player himself, or mover himself, but certainly one of Crouin's strengths. He's worked on it so much. French are pretty well known for being very, very good movers. And Crouin just literally did not set a foot wrong in that match yesterday. And obviously his defense is very good, but he's using it really well to attack. He's set with loads of options on the ball. Just how he's breaking down these players so easily.
Well, one thing we saw with Victor Crouin against Paul was really trying to inject pace, and obviously with that change in coaching tactic, moving to Rod Martin, he's trying to add a bit more to his game, and I feel like in that match against Crouin just didn't find the right balance. We normally see him use a lot of height and push his opponents to the back of the court, but he was more trying to hit out, and Crouin, his movement across the tee is so good. He's always hunting for that volley. So I think the use of height, change of direction like we saw there from Pajares, really making that court large for Crouin. He's very athletic, but obviously slightly short in stature, so the more work he can do, the more steps he has to take, will be really effective.
Danielle, have you spent any time in Spain, in Barcelona, for squash?
No, I've always been interested in it, just more for like the movement aspect, because a lot of the Spanish players are really smooth on court, very physically fit. I think before my injury, I always felt like my movement needed to be a bit smoother and I could improve upon that. But fitness wise and squash, like fitness was my strength and I needed to learn how to apply it in a match setting. But at the same time, I felt that squash wise, I needed to make a few other changes first, and that Barcelona wasn't quite the right place and time for me at that moment. But maybe at some point, it seems to be paying off. But definitely seems to be more of a club for the men than it is for the women. See a lot more men on tour. Obviously, for a while there's Christina Gomez, who I think is also currently out with injury, who spends time in Spain. Have you?
No, I was there for a day in October for a wedding, actually en route to Zurich for the Grasshopper. But if I'd had more time, I would have loved to have stopped by, done a bit of training. I have a couple of clients who play at that club, so it would have been good to pop in.
That'd be nice. Do your clients tend to enjoy it, like good squash culture? It's hard to tell, each culture in each country is so different.
Yeah, absolutely. I should really make it a bit of a bucket list. Well, it's really good work from Pajares.
A lot more discipline than yesterday, a lot cleaner.
Yeah, he's taking the game well to Crouin. He was a bit scrappy against Lake yesterday at times. He said that lacked structure. But doing really well here against the Frenchman. Physically, it doesn't seem to have taken its toll on the Spaniard either. We keep talking about how much emphasis they place in their fitness in Barcelona in particular, and I think that Pajares is a prime example of that and why it's so important to be match fit for these, be able to back up these matches in tournaments. Oh dear.
Yeah, agreed. And he did end his match pretty late, around 9:20 p.m. last night. So it's a good turnaround, and it's nice to see him playing better squash. I think coming into this match against Crouin, definitely underestimated him based on his performance yesterday. But so far, it's been very tidy. Really stretching Crouin into the back corners, using a mix of pace, not letting Crouin settle into any rhythm. Some surprising errors from Crouin.
Yeah, he's completely out of sorts. Very much a reversal from his match yesterday. Oh dear. Really unraveling now for the Frenchman. 6 game balls for the Spaniard to take. Very commanding first game. Yeah, that left leg straight drive was well appreciated by Olivia Klein last night. Out of all of the shots, that's the one she was by far the most excited about. Very deceptive. Oh, geez. Well, serious regroup needed from Victor Crouin. Almost as if yesterday's match against Gosal was too comfortable, and now this is a big step up, and he needs to adjust So just 10 minutes in duration, and it's Pajares that leads 1-0.
It'll be interesting to see if Crouin has a response, even towards the end of that last game. He had that one really solid rally. He felt even if he didn't win that first game, he would want to try and make it difficult, at least have a bit of momentum coming into the second. I just wonder if there's that pressure defending champion, having won it last year, if that's playing a bit of a role, a bit tense. Well, he might be missing some of his attacking shots.
Gone straight into the backman. Well, Pajares really seems to have learned from his performance against Crouin last year. Tactically in very good order.
It's interesting on those shots. Crouin, he had that easy boast from Pajares, and he took his time getting in position, but it almost allowed the Spaniard to regain his position on the tee and come forward instead of just trying to get on it quickly and hit in. We see that done so well from Miguel Rodriguez. He sees an easy boast. He takes that extra speed going forward to take away the time. And I think against someone like Pajares, who is very athletic, you don't want to use that hold unless you have really, really dragged them into the one spot.
I think this court in particular really suits Pajares as well. I saw this yesterday. Can use the fast front wall to his advantage. Oh my goodness.
Well, that was nice.
Well, no replay sadly for us. Well, that was mighty fine from Crouin.
Oh, that's so nice. Holding it, dropping the movement, and sending it back straight. It's better use of that hold.
Well, it's been a good response so far from Victor Crouin. Managed to keep the ball out of the tin so far, which was really his downfall in the first game. A lot of uncharacteristic errors from him.
A lot tidier for sure.
Yeah, it's better now. Really looking to stretch the court out.
Yeah, he did try to play that, but the quality of the length is going through, like you said, stretching out Pajares. Poor Jackie for a perfect shot. It looks like he hit pretty nicely.
Yeah, Crouin just giving himself a little bit more margin for error now. And that's creating the opening for the follow-up. And the tables have really turned now in this match.
I have a feeling Pajares, after just throwing in that shot into the pin, isn't going to expend a whole lot of effort to try and claw his way back into this second game. But fortunate with Crouin hitting it out, getting his point on the board. No bagel for him. Hopefully his ankle's okay. Awkward movement.
Well, it's 120 retrievals now.
People exchanging some words. Looks pretty friendly, as if they're just going for coffee, but Pajares still in this second game.
Pajares giving up the ghost. That trickle was really not of the highest order. Crouin mopping that up quite easily. So 7 game balls now. That was very flashy. That was actually a little reminiscent of a shot that Victor Crouin likes to do from time to time. Rolling it over on the backhand side. Well, it might be a little too late from Pajares in this second, but he really needs to get more opportunities like that at the front of the court against Crouin. Finding ways to counter, hold, and get it past him. Because right now, Crouin is really dominating the play, making the court far too big for the Spaniard, and he's leveled up at 1-all. Just 9 minutes of play for that second game.
Seen some massive momentum swings in this match so far. Pajares really taking control of that first game. And Crouin the second. It's always tough to tell who will have that consistency in that third. Hoping for a close battle. Pajares losing that quality in his length hitting in that second, letting Crouin take a bit more control, get in position. Yeah, again, Pajares is going in trouble when he's going in a bit too short without that same intensity. Because in the first game, when he was going in short, he was really hitting through it or committing to it. Whereas now he's going there, Crouin's reading it, and then I wonder if his movement slowed down slightly just from yesterday's match, but he's not following it back.
Just be careful with those from the back. Not quite getting the width on his cross courts. Pajares, but wow. Didn't matter in the end because that was an inch perfect post. I would love to learn that shot.
Yeah, who needs to cross when he can just do that?
For real.
It is interesting with the evolution of the game, because I think before, both would only be a last resort sort of shot, mainly played defensively, and it's nice. I'm not saying just recent times in the last year or two, but I'd say probably like last decade, it's really been effective. Good moving shot. Especially in the women's game, I'd say it's a very awkward movement for a lot of players to make.
Yeah, and especially like that shot right there, that's a prime example. Especially with the low tin, you know, it's such a difficult shot to cover. Low tin makes a massive difference for the both, I feel. Post and kills, counter drops. I've just named all of the short attacking shots.
Every short shot.
Basically, any tall player's worst nightmare.
Unless you have good hands.
True.
solid hold from Pajares.
Yeah,
They're
it's
stopping
much
that
better.
movement of Crouin.
Yeah, he really needs to look to set up those sorts of opportunities at the back. Maybe not force it in from the middle quite so much, but really push Crouin deep into the back corners, force the loose boast, and then have a variety of options, especially utilizing the hold like we just saw there.
And the way he swings, he does use a lot of wrist and last minute snap through. But he is capable continuously using a hold, getting that power through the court. Trying to twist and turn Crouin. Massive rally, the longest ones.
That's a lovely touch from Pajares. Oh, that's fantastic. Immaculate line hitting from the Spaniard. Incredible touch from the back corner, taking that drop in, and then a perfectly weighted volley drive.
Just looks a bit more of the positive player on court today.
Also nice to see both players now playing better at the same time. First two games were really lopsided, so nice that they've both achieved a reasonable level simultaneously.
Yeah, to be fair though, at the start of both of the games it was kind of close, and then one player really ran away with it, which we're starting to see with Pajares. Oh, the whole court. Crouin furious with himself for giving up that opportunity, but pretty fortunate there.
Yeah, it's a crucial point for Crouin. Big difference between 7-3 and 6-4.
One of those things, Crouin hasn't been tested so far in this tournament, and it's funny, sometimes you think about it and you assume that the person who's had the harder route to whatever round you're in will probably be a little bit tired or worse for wear, but at the same time, if you kind of cruised all the way through, as Crouin has, trying to have that sharpness in your movement, sharpness in your hitting, and focus, almost a bit of a shock to the system when suddenly someone's challenging you.
Yeah, it could be good to have a run out. Otherwise, it's a big block, like you said. Well, some really testing squash here now, physically. Oh, wow. Fantastic composure from Iker Pajares. See Crouin do that quite a bit.
Yeah, beautiful finish.
Yeah, we've seen some really good attacking play from Pajares on the backhand side, really favoring the backhand drop. Just
Yeah,
like
it's
we
really
saw
forcing
there.
Crouin to have to lift up on the ball. And that pressure just building up. Very well constructed rally from Crouin.
Awarded. Fortunate bounce. Looks kind of like these nicks filled in with, I can't remember the word for it, but, you know, the caulking, you know, like they're white. They're filled in. Are they, Danielle?
I'm not sure what material, but they definitely are easy to hit. I'm surprised we haven't seen more rolling nicks in this tournament because they are pretty massive. I find when I'm practicing on this court for a match, I would generally try and aim for some 3-wall nicks
Oh, wow. He's going to get
because it's so
this.
big. Not
Pajares leaving
Crouin.
everything out there.
Trying to see him go to the towel box a little bit more frequently, so you wonder if it's starting to take its toll.
And those are some really big movements. It was a big push from Pajares there. He's taking the ball in and then really looking to cut the ball off, but also found himself on the end of some of those shots. Like the dive, of course. That was big. Big push from the Spaniard. Interesting, something we saw a lot last night. Nathan Lake was looking to rush Iker Pajares. Several times they had to play a let. Pajares wasn't ready. I don't think Nathan Lake even bounced the ball before he was about to serve. So
It was definitely a mix of Pajares taking a lot of time and like really trying to force it. But I feel Victor Crouin is pretty good at staying within himself instead of getting frustrated with the other and finding solutions. It's how when Lake relaxed and almost stopped focusing on the time between points, that's when he started playing better.
that's a tight squeeze.
Nice squeeze.
Well, I do wonder how much that massive rally took its toll on Pajares. He's the one that looks edgier of the two right now. Yeah, I don't think Pajares is going to have much joy here. It's a loose cross court. No excessive movements made by Crouin either. Well entitled to your space around the tee.
Anyone's game. Completely even at this point. Yeah, I felt there was space.
That's a good call. Would have been a soft stroke.
Yeah, ball landing. Bit short. Popping up just enough for Crouin to take a stroke and a 1-point lead. Oh, perfect length.
Well, incredible turnaround from Crouin. It was Pajares who was leading for a lot of this game. Crouin managed to pull away several points in the row now. And that's going to be a no-let. A really good fight back from Victor Crouin. A bit of a dejected looking Pajares. Certainly had the wind taken out of his sails in that third game. And after 39 minutes of play, it's Crouin who leads Pajares 2-1.
Well, it really was neck and neck in this third game until the end. Victor Crouin using his experience, consistency, get 5 points in a row, take that 2-1 lead. It's gotta be frustrating for Pajares, who's really been playing well, not doing anything wrong.
Well, and no change of ball requested by Pajares. That was something we spoke about at the beginning of the match, Danielle, about the effect that that can have on a match and what type of player it suits. And you feel that it would have been in Pajares' best interest to have asked for a new ball at the end of that game. If that's something that in his mind.
It's one of those things. I remember one coach saying that if you won that first game and then you've kind of lost the momentum, which Pajares has. It would have been smart for him too, because that lively ball definitely worked in his favor. But at the same time, that third game was pretty close. It didn't really run away from him, so I'm sure he still feels comfortable. It's just a couple mental slips more than it was a real drastic change.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? When you lose a game, an important game by a close margin, you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You have to remember that you actually did do a lot right in that game. And it's just about making those fine adjustments.
So just throw the baby out, but keep the bathwater? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know really what the response is to that saying.
Be curious to know where that saying came from.
No, you throw out the bathwater, but you keep the baby.
I know. I just figured it sounded very odd. A beautiful lift there from Crouin. Keeping that baby within the court, dropping in below that. Much more composed, Victor Crouin. He thought about calling that let, thought about going for that both, but completely missing it. Pajares in quite a big deficit.
Yeah, he's lost his way here a bit, Pajares, hasn't he?
Overcomplicating it. That's better. Need a bit more time. Going for the basic shot. Oh, very smart play from the Spaniard. Well, I think he should be okay. I feel like a lot of that contact was created by Pajares. But nonetheless, hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, I don't think Crouin really did anything wrong.
I almost felt like Pajares flopped on him to make it look worse than it was.
Maybe he's been watching a bit of the soccer, a bit of the football, picked up some of their kicks.
It's possible, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It's an accident. Mentally letting up a bit. Crouin, crucial error. I think Pajares get momentum and even things up once again. Yeah, that use of angle has been really effective for Pajares. I mean, those quick bows.
Well, again, taking his punches nicely. Slight hold in the swing. Well, it's good to hear the crowd loving this. You can kind of see them through the side walls. I assume the bar is well attended as well. It's going to contribute to some more lively fans.
Yeah, always one of the best things you can have next to a squash court. Get people to have a bit more of a social atmosphere and stick around. I think Canadian clubs in particular are pretty good at that.
We do have a good squash bar scene.
The hype.
That's very
Beautiful
cool
finish.
finish. Excellent skills. Made that look very easy. It wasn't. The ball came right at his body.
Yes, too much pressure. Stretching out. Frenchman. Well, Youssef Soliman, who took out Youssef Ibrahim earlier, will be very happy if this goes to a fifth game. reset. You can tell Crouin's trying to inject a bit more pace again. It's getting a little wild. They both have reset, trying to reestablish their length.
Another player really wanting to give up anything cheap now, which is understandable at this stage of the game and the match. Really important point. The momentum.
And since the ball has died off just enough to get to the back of the court, they're starting to have to lift a bit more as it's landing in the middle and not going all the way through.
Yeah, we saw the ball traveling through pretty easily to the back of the court early on in the games, especially from Pajares, who was really using that to his advantage to push Crouin behind him. But now he's not having the same joy. You can see the toll it's taking on him physically. Crouin just signaling the ref he wants some continuous play.
Definitely sense that the crowd is behind the Frenchman. I think Crouin is very good with people making connections. I think engaging with the community at large, and you can definitely tell that he feels at home here in DC.
Yeah, it's a lovely time. That slight bit of hold, so difficult to cover that shot if your legs are starting to fail you.
Definitely a labored movement.
Overall, a much improved performance though from Pajares compared to last year. I mean, we can't write him off just yet. He's still well within this, just down by 2 points. But even if it goes to a fifth, it could be a big ask considering he had a marathon with Lake yesterday and Crouin sailed through pretty comfortably. So their energy tanks are in different states at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good attempt. Looks like he's ready for a game of leapfrog, but a stroke will be given. It's a cheap error from Crouin, looking for that easy point to get to match ball.
Yeah, and just as we were talking about, the much improved performance, I was talking about, I stitched myself here. Really? What happened there? Oh, the lights. Well, if there's a little lighting change. I wonder because it's just gone 5 o'clock. And I wonder if the lighting change has happened automatically.
It does, yeah. So it happens at the end of every session, and then occasionally, if it's not programmed quite right, it will go out mid-session, which is what we just saw. What a time for it.
That was pretty odd. This probably isn't the time to bring this up, but I remember at the pyramids when they just introduced the floor, the lighting, like the lines were made out of sort of lights rather than painted on, and they malfunctioned. And so Mazen Hesham, I remember, was furious. There was no service box, there was no tea. We just had to kind of pretend where the lines were, which was so ridiculous. So anyway, as long as it's not that bad.
It's interesting because it's such a subconscious thing.
Oh,
Oh my
my
goodness!
goodness.
What? Oh my god! What a time for that! Perfect. Perfect
Danielle, you were
parkour, Nick,
saying
completely flat.
there weren't enough nicks in the match, and that's probably the flattest nick we've seen all tournament. That was a pancake.
Three straight points in a row. Really has the momentum.
Yeah, Pajares has done really well to recover after that very physically demanding mid-stage of the game. Down 9-7, staring down the barrel. That's a lovely blow. Oh, wow. That took a lot of guts from Iker Crouin.
It's got high risk, high reward.
That was inch perfect. Just got his feet out of the way enough to create some space. Oh, letting each other off the hook there, in front of the court. The lovely way to drive from Pajares. As soon as, this is that lovely camera angle, as soon as you saw him open up the strings and hit that shot, you could just tell that it was going to lose its pace as it faded into the sidewall. Well, terrific comeback from the Spaniard. He's got himself a game ball. The dive goes in. Oh, and he's back. Is there a sweat patch? There's a pretty big sweat patch to the front right, Danielle.
Yeah,
But that's really well finished.
Crouin
is furious. I think he feels that play should have stopped, which, to be honest, probably should have been. But the ref did not signal for the play to stop. So after an hour of play, a mammoth fourth game, 20 minutes in duration. We're all tied here in our last semifinal. 2 games all. Well, Danielle, I think the big question is, can Pajares sustain that level of play tactically and physically in this fifth?
I think he can. I think the fact that he's so relaxed in his playing today, he doesn't really look tense. Probably seeing a bit more energy than what we'd expect. It's a very good push from him. It's definitely a very exciting way to end semifinals night, like this being the most contested matches today. Do you agree, or do you think it might be still a tough ask physically for Pajares?
Oof. I mean, I think it's going to be tough physically, but I think that really depends on how Crouin is going to fare mentally. We just saw him give away a pretty cheap stroke there off a poor cross-court drop attempt from Pajares. So I wonder if he can keep his focus, not be too upset. You know, he lost that lead in the fourth game. He might have started to see the finish line in the fourth, started to taste the feeling of victory, but it really is not over until it's over.
Yeah, I think it's actually a lot tougher for Crouin in this fifth game, knowing how close he was, and then really letting up. Tough error from Pajares, but really, I feel like this final game rests in the hands of Crouin, and if he can keep his cool, stay relaxed, not get too tense. Tom got a little bit involved with the ref at the end, frustrated that last rally, understandably, with Pajares putting his hand up in the air after diving, having that big sweat patch, and then playing through. I understand Crouin's frustration.
Yeah. Ultimately, Pajares, I think, did the right thing because you can't stop unless the ref says stop, and he would have absolutely stitched himself. So, I don't know, maybe Village and Gel will have a look at that again, and maybe he'll change his mind upon review.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Pajares definitely did the right thing, but I think the ref needed to intervene a little bit earlier in that rally to avoid dangerous play. The momentum's all with Pajares at the moment.
Yeah, it really is.
Both that movement. Pajares almost got it back. Good length, rewarded for it. Really stopped using that back right corner, really focusing the play over on that left side. And smart decision there from Crouin. Pajares was anticipating that cross.
Yeah, again, there's a slight hold in the swing that did the damage. It's a hard movement to cover on tired legs. Some work here now, Pajares. Pajares just happy to slow the pace down here. With active recovery.
Aim for that opportunity on that both, but I'm trying to anticipate that Pajares' plan, jumping onto it.
Well picked off by Crouin. Really looking to crack on now. I find it so interesting how the body language of players changes every couple points. So easily tell when a player looks nervous and they look confident.
A massive shift in this match.
Trying to think of players or a player that doesn't show any change in body language or expression.
Pretty tough. I'm trying to think of some too.
Funny, actually, I think
There's very
Simi
subtle
Chan.
ones.
Sorry?
Yeah, Simi Chan. Yeah. I do think Orfi, Amina Orfi, occasionally you'll see a slight adjustment, but for the most part, she stays pretty focused, which is impressive for someone so young. Oh, another one.
That was outrageous. Well above his head. I think feet might have been off the air as well.
He's pulling them out when he needs them.
No kidding. There's that massively flattened nick forehand one in the fourth game. A crucial time.
It's outrageous. It's tight.
It's a good lift by Crouin. Wild. Big movement. Pajares coming in here.
Frustrating because he set it up. He set up really well.
This is a really tough stage in the match now physically. Pajares knows that he needs to make a big effort to get through.
I did have that early lead in the fifth. Another one. Working. Yeah, pie. Going for it. Leaving nothing. No fear. I think there's more decisions as we get to the back end of the game, and that's where Crouin lost his focus in that fourth. It's a big point, I think, for him mentally.
That's a poor error from Pajares. Crucial time as well. What's happened there? I didn't quite catch that. This is where we need the replay.
Saying that the racket caught him. Victor seems to think nothing really happened. He did hit a shot. But we're playing a lot.
I could be completely wrong, but I thought that Pajares may have followed through and hit himself somehow by accident. I don't
Yeah, that was
know,
my
but
initial impression too. But it's one of those ones you really need to take a second look at.
yeah. Good work from Pajares.
Oh,
Look
again
at
with that
those.
post.
Took the pace off it. A little bit faded. Crouin couldn't quite accelerate enough to get underneath it. Some really smart play
looks
from
a little-
Pajares in this fifth. First game, we saw Pajares really using pace in order to put Crouin under pressure, but now having to adapt his game. A bit of frustration there from him. He's having to mix the pace. That's lovely.
Running short, Crouin's length, letting Pajares really attack. We've seen him hit some amazing winners. Crouin needs to reestablish that length.
Oh, wow.
I really feel like all this momentum shift has really come from those drops in play, couple lets, that one really weird incident in the middle of the court for Pajares. You can just tell Crouin's gone a little bit tense in his shoulders. He needs to settle down, have continuous play.
Well, 2-all, 7-all. Locked in. Danielle, putting you in the hot seat. Who's going to come out on top in this match?
I have a feeling it's going to be Pajares just because he's a lot more relaxed. He has no pressure. Real pressure's on Crouin, who had that 2-1 lead. He had a pretty sizable lead in this fifth as well. You could just sense he's a little frustrated. Pajares is just giving him everything he's got. He's really attacking freely. So I'm sensing an upset. Let's say credit to Crouin. I don't feel like this has been his best squash today. He's really just been trying to stay tough and get through it, and it's still even 2-all, 8-all. Very smart on court. There's another long break in play. Pajares going to the towel box, which I think favors him. It's a bit late for it now, but I do feel like there's been a few stoppages in play. And the ref could potentially try and encourage Pajares to play on. We saw that against Lake as well, really taking his time between points, breaking the momentum of his opponent. Oh,
Oh, he's just some
fortunate
incredible
scrape.
post.
Almost a
Yeah, but that was not intentional, was it? Oh my goodness. This is just brutal stuff. Oh, what's going on?
Definitely effective.
Well, you're right, Danielle. Pajares still looks pretty relaxed. Camera angle just switched, and I couldn't quite tell what happened there, but to Pajares' point, either Crouin clipped the tin or, yeah, must have clipped the tin then.
Just
Didn't hear
missing it.
A really physical rally.
Well, Pajares is really just absorbing. He's not going for anything fancy. He's just pretty much waiting for Crouin to give him an opportunity, keeping it in play.
Oh, spinaroo from Pajares.
Oh, there is a very good attack. Definitely flat-footed.
Ooh, the old wrap around. Went in for the bear hug.
Yeah, a bit of a desperate ask.
Well, it's been a grind. And Crouin finds himself finally with a match ball to get himself into his second consecutive final of the Squash on Fire Open. Can Pajares produce some magic and outlast Crouin?
On. Surviving.
Using all of his strength to retrieve these attacks from Crouin. Oh, that's terrific. Yeah. He's done that so well. Pajares just neutralizing nicely down the backhand wall.
Oh.
What a time to pull that shot out. That was magnificent. So much snap on this backhand cross court.
Oh, this is wild.
You're talking about the wrist, Danielle. I think he might have dislocated it on that one.
What a time to do it. Wow. Sense the nervousness of the crowd. It's silent.
Oh my goodness. That's really well finished by Crouin.
Smart. He looked like he wanted to rush onto it, but it was smart just to wait, get in position, and then you could tell that Pajares really overcommitted to the deep shot. One went with the kill.
Well, second match ball now for Crouin. Well, I think whatever happens here, the crowd are going to be extremely appreciative of the squash that they've witnessed tonight.
100%. Oh, chance.
And fantastic competitive spirit from both players. Very few decisions.
Do you think the ref got nervous on that one? The let ball.
Yeah, absolutely. Ref was definitely wishing they had the option to go to video referee. Oh my goodness! No way!
I can't believe it.
A shot from Pajares. That was silly. Oh my goodness. What a time. Match ball down. Well, he's just letting it all go, isn't he? May as well. Well, I feel Pajares is really in the energy reserves now. I mean, that's got, oh, that. I was thinking that had to be a stroke. I don't know really how he was going to play that.
I felt like he pulled Crouin in with his left hand, though. He kind of turned and was pulling him as he was going, so that's my only explanation for why that would not be a stroke.
Yeah.
It was in the middle of the court. I think the ref is a bit nervous.
Been a bit cheap as well. You know, at this point in the match, you don't want to be giving away 50-50 decisions.
Tired asks.
Really sense the tension now. You all, 11-all. Just nothing between these two. Wow, that's phenomenal.
These breaks can play, these stoppages have definitely helped Pajares. Quick advantage, go loose shot. That was perfect. Wow.
Oh my goodness. Continues. Good work up and down the left-hand wall. Oh, he's got it.
Oh my goodness, a lot.
Well, Solomon's back in his room, enjoying a bowl of popcorn watching this, I'm sure. Covering
We're at
nicely.
the 88-minute mark.
Oh, wow. Delicate, very, very delicate touch from Pajares. He's in the air from Crouin. And he has himself a match ball. I think it's a second match ball. And he's done it! He's
What a fight.
Crouin! What a match between these two. Absolute marathon.
He left everything out there, absolutely exhausted. Definitely deserved.
Oh, and what a way for it to finish. Fantastic drive down the backhand side. Good sportsmanship. Good to see from Crouin, helping out his opponent. 90 minutes in duration, and it's Iker Pajares that gets the better of the Frenchman, finishing with a 28-minute fifth game. And he wins 11-5, 5-11, 8-11, 12-10, 14-12. Outstanding performance from Iker Pajares here in DC.
Congratulations, great match. So, how do you feel now beside Tyler?
I think today I played maybe the best squash of my career so far. So happy with my performance. You know, you work every day.
Well, there you have it. Results from today's play at the Squash on Fire Open. Amina Orfi coming up against Sabrina Sobhy and getting the better of her in 3 tight games. About 45 minutes for that encounter. Then it was the battle of the Youssefs, and it was Soliman that dismantled Ibrahim 3-1, followed by Tinne Gilis. He tested a little bit in the second game against Amina, but otherwise pretty comfortable for her. And then the marathon match of the day for sure, between Victor Crouin and Iker Pajares. It was the Spaniard that got his revenge on the Frenchman. And so there will be a new champion at this year's Squash on Fire Open, which will be determined tomorrow. Finals will start at 1:30 p.m. local time. So catch us again then tomorrow, back here on SquashTV.
Yeah, you deserve that. So take an organic chicken if you need one. And a big one, as you said. Thank you so much. Good luck tomorrow. Great performance to be part of. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming today. Hopefully you'll be there tomorrow for the finals. Look forward to see you then. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening. Bye-bye.